Hello, team. A long time no see. Or I don't know, what was it, 2 weeks? 1 week even? I don't know. When did I stream last? Probably not that long ago. Might have just been last Friday. No, yeah, it was. It was just last week. Okay. Well, you know, pretty normal amount of no seeing, I guess. Okay. Well, hello, Nerdy. Welcome to the stream. Hello, Corey. What's up, by 2024? Yeah, it's like probably, oh, I guess there's 31 days in December, huh? So it's not quite New Year's Eve over there, but it's closer anyway. How are we doing? I'm doing good. We've had a couple of upgrades, more or less. Number one, I replaced my drawing glove because I lost the one that I had before, so I needed a new one. So now I can glide effortlessly on the tablet. Number two, I have a tablet stand now. It's sitting right here because I have this, so I'm actually going to be drawing it like a normal person, maybe. So that's cool. Number three, I have this express key remote. The Cintiq 16 doesn't come with express keys by default, so this is... Goodness, did I turn my mic off in the middle there? It should be back on now. Anyway, yeah. Hello. My phone is about to die. Ugh. Okay, there we go. Thanks for the heads up. How far back do I need to go? Long story short, new glove, new express key remote. new tablet stand and new screen protector that makes it feel like paper, or more like paper. Sound good? Cool. It is it's almost the New Year's. It's the 29th over here, but it's late on the 29th. And this will probably be what we end up with here today will probably be the last thing that I draw this year, because I don't see myself having much time after this. Is everyone able to hear me now? There should be no reason why you shouldn't at this point, except for the fact that the mic is a little bit further away out of necessity right now. Let's see. Okay. Let's save the project so I don't forget to. I also need to put some of this stuff away. Sorry, my face is very close because I need to lean over my tablet in order to see the keyboard. It's 24. Okay. Oh God. Okay. Very audible. Good. That's what we need. Perfect. Okay, I don't 100% know what I'm drawing today. I had a couple of vague inspirations, so I'm gonna try and pursue those, I think, and we'll see where we go from there. Oh. Sure. I have an undo button over here now. That's cool. I also technically have a rotator. I just need to remember the front and back. Yeah, it's like that. Okay. Let's use the oil brush for this. That seems to lag a little bit less. Feels like I'm taking up a lot of the canvas with that. I want that, and I want was walking around this sort of like mixed-use industrial zone earlier today. And this was sort of a... There was a spot where there's like three... I guess they were... I don't know, they're not smokestacks. Maybe they are? I don't know what they are. They're towers of some sort. That were lined up like so. And I'm like, hey, that's big, medium, small. That is that's a composition, you know. Just trying to figure out how to best to actually compose said composition. I don't like this right now. Oh my god, Retro Kid. Hello. Goodness. How long has it been? It has been a long time since you showed your face around here. How's it going? I think we can emphasize that a little bit more. Give some more effort. I sent you a chat. I have a new account. Like YouTube account? Okay, that's more or less interesting. The ones in the back will actually be a different color, I think. In fact, I don't know, we'll do the two color block out, and then I'll figure it out later. A new DA account. Oh, I see. Seem to go through those pretty often. Trying to do like a that might work, I don't know. Okay, that's kind of interesting. As a composition, possibly worthwhile, you know? You should have got it. Yeah, I just checked. I did get a chat from you. With some OCs and stuff. This is some sort of a lumber mill of sorts back here. Which I don't know how these work, you know. I like to think of them as mid-20th century castles of sorts. Do I like your OCs? I'm not like a huge fan of generative AI stuff, so I can't say that at a first approximation I'm the biggest fan, I guess. I guess maybe if I had like whatever you your square one was, like what the design document looked like, maybe I'd be better able to evaluate, but ethically and aesthetically, I'm not a fan of AI. Okay, I think that's plenty of things in the background. RetroKit has resorted to AI. I think RetroKit's been doing stuff with AI for a little while. I'm not sure if RetroKit has in particular, but they have gotten AI work done on their behalf. Not much of an artist, to be honest. Well, I think everyone has the potential to be an artist. Even if you aren't one right now. I've done, you know, I've shown some of my old stuff. Probably do that too often for my own good. And yeah, just takes a little while. I always practice the heck out of myself just to create OCs. Always try. Yeah, listen to Corey. Okay, how do I want to put the character in here? Is a question. Something I was thinking was, because again, my homework, which I mentioned last week from Deca's stream, not stream, class, is to do a drawing where we kind of light the character entirely agnostic to like what the background lighting situation is. And I've kind of done that twice. So what I want to do here, I think, is draw this character. I mean, this doesn't exactly break the rules because it's still going to be lit totally differently, but I am going to be providing some sort of atmospheric context for the change in the lighting, I think.
what to do with this arm. I don't know how I feel about the general flow here. This is a new track. Goodness, how do I want to do this? How would I like it done? Let me zoom this out a little bit. Why do we want eye level? Yeah, sure. I don't think that's reading at all. I'd be amenable to that, though. The right silhouette is all. Hmm.
Put an overlay. Just on this character. So how do I want to do this? I have a couple color scheme options. One of them I think is pretty good that I haven't really used yet. If it's not obvious, and it probably shouldn't be, because I'm probably the only one who is in any way familiar with my OCs. So this is Chloe. You can't tell from the very, you know, characteristic silhouette. Where is that image? Hang on. I did this right before Inktober, so it shouldn't be that far back, because I didn't draw very much after that. Hey, well, where the hell is it? Here it is. This was a quick, stop it. Sketch that I did at one point for like, oh, here's some alternate outfit ideas for Chloe. The one on the left is the one I've always drawn her in. And I'm like, maybe there's some more potential there. And I like number 2. Just sort of an inversion of the color scheme. Just in terms of values, I think it looks really nice. And the orange is relegated to more of an accent, which I think is awesome. And it's sort of the same ratios with number 4, although number 4 I'm not sure how to like make it work. I don't know in what context anyone would be wearing anything like that, but it's fine. Okay, go away. So that said, basically we have this. If I have that correct. Should probably also be something here. The tactical soft case, if you will. I think that's all the white. Wonder what's in the Cult of the Lamb Golden Egg. Highly recommending the Bishop quest too. Absolutely. I am also wondering. I don't know. Well, it's like it's a very special child, right? Okay.
We should have started with this color. I think the head's too big. It's not a terrible problem to have. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's a bad problem to have, but it's a problem that can be fixed. It's a problem, that is, you know? Need some sort of gunmetal color. Oh, look at that. It's pretty much exactly the same as the color I used as the background.
I'll go back and fix that at some point. Okay, now as far as the background goes, I want to go through here probably with another overlay. Fix some of this stuff up. So this should be much lighter as it is maybe too much actually. Further away. Okay. And then up front, nearly as potent as I thought it would be. Do another overlay. I just want this to be a, well, I don't know. In front, I'm not sure what I want. Probably another pane, right? Plane. I think pane works too. Give me the oil paint brush. There we go. Oh, I need to remove that selection. Give me some fucking reed canary grass. There we go. Heating too heavily. I guess we can also have some like salmonberry or something in here, you know?
looks like a lot. I don't know. Definitely fucked this part up. Should be in front. Okay, give me... guess a hard light with a rough wash. How about that? Something like that. And we'll try to, in between each plane, do some atmospherics, you know? I guess this should be in front of the character, too. This is in front of everything. Except those. It's like decidedly too blue. And it's also on an overlay. What the hell? I didn't drag this up there. I feel like I should be using a watercolor brush for this. Okay. Put another one out in front of the foliage. I think I can use an airbrush. Not quite as strong though. Okay. I'll need one behind the character, but in front of that. I think. Maybe not. Maybe just back there. So we need all this just like minus that. Why is that cut off there? That's weird. Why is that just not included at all? That's because that's all part of the overlay. Okay, we'll just have to do it the hard way. scratch that. I want that part of the overlay. There we go. I mean, I can absolutely subtract the character. There you go. Really is the hard way. That's why you separate your planes onto different layers, friends. That's why that you do that. Okay. Ow. You know, that's weird, right? Because now I gotta take this minus that and do the same thing. Oh, I don't think it's light enough, actually. I have to increase the luminosity. Cancel. Deselect. Do it again. I have to make sure it's brighter than the sky behind it. But what's the breakpoint? There-ish? I don't know. Okay, those are general ideas. And then what we do is add probably a color dodge. Onto the character. That's a lot. Don't like how that looks on the hair. Tell you that right now. Finally installed some free Procreate brushes. Now I have more options. That's very cool. I don't very often install new brushes. When I do, they tend to be, I don't know, the two ones, I've installed a few and there's only a couple that have really become mainstays for me. There's this square brush that I use for a lot of stuff. God, I just don't like it. I just don't like this color. I need a different one for the hair, I guess. That clearly doesn't work. Man. Hmm. The fuck? What did I just do? I said Control X. Don't like it. God. Love downloading brushes. How often do you do that? Is that a hobby of yours? God, I don't know how to draw. Don't know how to do it. Whenever I think about Clip Studio, so not as often as I should. Do you download brushes more often than you draw? So this is hypothetically workable. Maybe... I just need to use a completely different color for the... I don't know. I don't really know, actually. Like, is that acceptable? Goodness. YouTube? Swear to God. Maybe. Goodness. How very undisciplined. Can maybe see this working. Okay, I mean, that looks cool, right? At least a little bit, right? I don't know. I do want to come in here and draw some facial features. Just as a point of reference, you know? How to draw women? Question mark? Trying to make art of my OC. That's a very good question, Retro Kid. And it's a question I've endeavored to answer in many ways over the course of my live streaming career, I think. Let's see. Draw a quick guide down here. And also, I only really only have knowledge in how to draw anime women. Not much of a subject matter expert otherwise. Not that I'm a subject matter expert per se on the anime women. I got time for a miniature workshop. I think. Eh. Okay, something about this is definitely terrible. And will need to be addressed at some point. Because, good God. What the hell? Huh? Awful. Sincerely awful. This is also bad. Be a placeholder for now. New brushes are doing wonders. Good to hear. Love that. Oh, that's terrible. Wow. Let's throw all this into its own folder for later. Okay, how to draw women of the anime variety. Deselect first. Well, I always start with a circle. And that's going to be a head. Pick some sort of center line, you know. If it's straight on, it's bisecting the circle more or less perfectly. If it's 3/4, it's not doing that. It's like you gotta picture a sphere, you know? Draw the center line as though we're bisecting a sphere from another angle and whatnot. Call that the 3/4 angle. Which is tricky at first, I think, but eventually I find that to be easier than straight on, in fact. This is a good way to start. And you also have profile, which is, I think, probably the trickiest for whatever reason. Start with the circle. I draw a circle inside of that circle. Bisect that circle. Draw it down a little bit. That's sort of where the jar ends up. And then you sort of, I don't know, you figure out somehow how the rest of the fucking face goes. There's some sort of rule about triangles and stuff, and I don't really know. I don't really know what it is. You know? But an important shape to keep in mind with at least anime figures is you have the circle with the forehead, and then the nose sort of kicks out like this. And then you have some sort of like W type shape for the nose and the lips. You just sort of follow that, and then, yeah, wow, you done it, right? Crazy. The ear is at about this intersection. Just pizza slices. Pizza slices for the eyes when you're in profile. Right? Eyebrows, you can draw the same. Yeah, that's anime profiles. From your front view, you're gonna pick this midline here, and that's where you're gonna draw your eyes. I like to draw eyes with this sort of like off center, like up caret symbol type thing. And then do like ovals for irises. I like to cut them off at the top and at the bottom sometimes. Those don't look very good. Getting them to be the same size is kind of difficult sometimes. Can I send you a pic of what I have currently? Yeah, sure. I can have a look at it. RetroKid, stop forcing me to send you stuff. Yeah, don't harass your fellow chat members. Of course, the reason these are off is because I think they're too big and they're off-centered. Which you can sort of fix, kinda. You know what you're doing. Otherwise, you live with it and get better next time. That's my best bit of advice. And then your 3/4 view, you kind of just have to either study stuff or trial and error until you get your perspective down for the eyes. That's the hardest part. But, you know, the things that are turned away from you are going to be further away from the camera. It will appear smaller. Right? Okay. Good talk. As far as anatomy goes, I still start with the circle, right? It's too big. It's too big of a circle. And we'll go ahead and draw the head shape, like so. This is going to represent one head. And I don't ever do these measurements anymore, because I just have a feel for it now. But generally the entire body is going to be like 5 or 6 heads, or 7 heads if you got a tall person. I probably am in the realm of 5 or 6 most times. At about the halfway line, that sort of bisects the body. This is where like your what is this? It's the widest portion. This is like the crotch, and then little way beneath the head is your shoulders, and then this line is your feet, right? Now, you're going to want to be more dynamic here, but just in terms of proportions, which is kind of one of the main issues you got to deal with when you're learning how to draw. What I like to do, mentally anyway, is divide the torso into 2 shapes, which is this oval here for the thoracic cavity, and this sort of semi-ovoid shape for the hips. That sort of meet like that. You can draw circles for the shoulders where they will be. Right? The line for the spinal column. This is where your joints are. Now, technically speaking, legs go in a little bit. But really the important bit to get is the curvature. And we'll get to that in a sec. Arms. Elbows about at the halfway point It's about at the waist. Is a good reference marker. Is anyone getting any of this? I'm just gonna keep going. Your fingers will probably end up just below the biggest portion of the thigh. Right? Okay. So, kind of the easiest way to connect to the torso is drop a line here until you hit where the waist ought to be, and then kick it out. Like so. And that can either be a convex or a concave line. I think I usually prefer some, I don't know what that one is, convex. Now at about this point here you have an interesting decision to make with the iliac crest, the hip dips, which I usually try to include, where the flesh will go over the iliac crest and then bump back out to the thigh. I think it looks good. It's also good practice. This is the thickest part of the thigh every time. And it's going to curve into the knee joint. You can put circles there. Depending on how you want to draw it, the thigh's going to bulge initially and then sort of straighten out. As it gets to the knee, there's a bunch of different muscles here creating interesting shapes. Kneecap is a little bit difficult to define, but it's there. That's where it is. To illustrate, you have curvy on this side, straight on this side, and then out here, outside of the calf, usually be one long sort of curve. On the inside of it, you might have a piece kicking out and dropping back in. Couldn't tell you exactly why at this point in time, but it'd just be like that, you know? Feet, don't even worry about it. Just don't even worry about it. That's for another time. They're triangles. Arms, don't even worry about it. Just connect stuff. They forearm tends to do a similar thing to the legs, right? That sort of thing. The hands, definitely don't worry about it. That's for another time. It's got 5 fingers. Figure it out. Right? Okay, so that's most of the stuff, right? The boobs are teardrops. Starting up here. It's not usually how I think about them, but that is kind of the rule of thumb. They are bags of fat that have physics. Belly button somewhere over here. I don't really know exactly where it is. Is this helpful? This better be helpful. So that's proportions, yeah. So again, that's like 5 or 6 question mark. How many is this actually? 1, 2, 3, 4. It's about 6. And about halfway down is the crotch line. And then you just, like, you know, draw the character or something. Right? AI can't create this. I don't know, maybe it could. Writing all this down. Yeah, hopefully it's helpful. Let's see. Eyes. This is how I do eyes. Wow, this is really grinding down the nib, like, very quickly. That is alarming. Okay. Probably need to turn the sensitivity down, or up, rather. There's a few different ways I do eyes. I think what I usually default to is, it's not exactly like this, but this is, very mid to late 2000s Kyoto animation type eye style. In fact, I'm not even doing it justice here. I also never draw eyes in this amount of detail. But it's like an almond-shaped iris. The eye shape itself is this. I've just drawn it for you, but sort of tilted bracket. The pupil will have like a shaded section and an unshaded section, or the iris rather. Pupil will be dark. The upper section will be shaded. And you can like blend it here if you want, but you know, you gotta have a what the fuck do they call that? You know, a crease. Something. Eyebrows somewhere. Doing something. And then you get a highlight somewhere, and that's a very simple way of drawing an eye. If you... Why am I doing this? Don't do that. Increase the size of the eyelash. It'll give it a more full sort of look. You can also deform the shape to give different expressions. You can have a lower eyelash, which you can also deform, for instance, like so. Other eye styles I do, this one's pretty simple, is like a, like an upside down Nike swoosh, maybe. For more intense looking characters who mean business and stuff, you know? right? Then there's a full-on, like, I don't use this very often, but it's because it's difficult to do sometimes. But it's like this entire, like, almond shape. You know what I'm saying? Oh, another one I do that I think looks good, I don't do very often, is sort of tall, narrow type shape, where the eyelid extends ridiculously far down. I'll have very big looking irises too. You know? Tends to look good. And there's various different ways you can do the inside as well, but those are just some. Those are just a few. I don't know, hair. You draw big shapes and then you draw smaller shapes inside of those shapes. Right? Repeat patterns. Triangles and stuff, right? Don't draw as many lines as you think you need to, because less lines is generally better. Just enough to define the form. That's like not going to be helpful at all, but you know, that's the truth. So sorry. Hands. Paddle. Draw a paddle. Or a mitten, I guess you might call it. Trapezoid thing. Draw an offshoot here for where the thumb's gonna be. Draw some dots defining where the fingers come out, and draw lines extending from those dots. Should be about twice the length of the palm, where the fingers end up. In an arc, though, because not all the fingers are the same size. The longest one is the middle finger, usually. And here's a wonderful little hack. Have a couple of the fingers touching. It's easier to draw them that way, and it tends to look good. Then you go and you draw the finger. I don't know. Figure out what fingers look like, and then draw those. I definitely put this on backwards. I thought my thumb was on the other side. Let's just do that. And I'm not going to draw feet. I don't know how to do that. I mean, I kind of do, but I don't know how to teach it. Ihara's got an entire stream workshop thing about it, so go seek that out.
or something. You sent me a chat. You got permanent marker on your desk? That's no good. Okay, so it looks like you have the general shape with the legs sticking out, and you have like the shoulder circles, right? If I'm looking at that correctly. But no head. You should draw the head. The way I like to start, or the way I should like to start, is drawing like a line of action. The more dynamic and crazy, the better. Right, here's my chest cavity drawn in perspective. Here are the hips, like, Jesus, how does that even work? I don't know, we're gonna find out. Obviously, like that, you know? Obviously, that's how people look, you know?
dynamic poses. That's how we do it. Yeah, I hope that was illuminating. You made another character design. That's incredible. Did you read about how I wiped him? I did read. I was enthralled by the whole story, start to finish. Okay, any other questions? Hair. Proportions. Eyes. Heads. Hands. Line of action. That's it. That's all you need, I think. I guess perspective is a thing. I don't know. That's just, you know, study and practice and all that, right? That's all of it, but perspective is a big one. I think the only way to really get perspective is because success in learning perspective means that you have kind of internalized the ability to think three-dimensionally on the canvas, which is not something that comes naturally. I don't think. This is not a helpful drawing to illustrate that, but you know. Stuff that's closer to you is bigger. Imagine that. Perspective. Are you leaving? No, I've got my own drawing to draw. You know? I gotta do this. God, it's not very good, you know? Pretty bad. I just think the pose is garbage. That's what it is. It's not a good pose, man. Which sucks. But it's good that we've caught it early. Just to say 2 hours into the stream. I guess I don't anticipate finishing this in the stream because it's supposed to be a full send, you know? I guess to define the stakes of this operation, what we're doing is benchmarking the year, and what we have to compare it to is this. This was end of year 2023. I drew most of it on stream, I think. And it's obviously pretty bad. It's like, I mean, I had a couple of cool ideas here, but the background is like really drab. The character is really drab. There's this cool little bit of reflected lighting going on, but what the hell is going on here, guys? The hell? I mean, I do like the shoes. I always like drawing some hiking boots, but this is what I'm comparing to. I gotta do better than that, and I want a better pose than this. God damn it. So we're gonna get us one. What do I want happening in this? You gotta be careful here. Not to lose my dynamics. Jeez, what's even going on? on, what? There we go. I am losing my dynamics. Something about this is just not looking right. How to draw ears. That's pretty simple. You don't have to be fancy about it. Simpler the better. For instance, okay, where's my fucking, there it is. In a straight on view, where, what the fuck? There we go. It's that sort of shape. It's like a partial almond. I'll sort of draw the outline there. And this little bit, maybe an additional line. That's like all I'll do with an ear. You know? Quite often it'll be covered up by hair, which isn't terrible. But the top of them is around the eyebrow line, and the bottom is around the bottom of the nose. In profile, it's really not that much different. It's just, you know, stretched out a bit. Some ears will have like extra bump down there, right? But really you can get away with just like a quick circle and a little nub there. It can be pretty simple. I could make my OC a Neko goth girl, though. I definitely, I approve of that. Instead of traditional ears, yeah. In that case, that's a little bit more involved. But it's doable, right? They're triangles. If they're most basic, you know, element. With maybe a little bit of fluff. A little bit of fuzz. Some, you know, people draw hair or fluff, fur, whatever, inside the ear. From other angles, which if you're drawing in a 3/4, you might see this. In fact, I'll just draw that right here. Still a triangle, it's just you're seeing it from a different angle, right? So it's more of a, I guess a tetrahedron is the word. You don't gotta get too fancy. Just make sure that when you're drawing a pair of them, the other one looks right in perspective, where it's supposed to be. But you can do a lot worse than just drawing a couple triangle shapes.
like so. Sometimes feel my style isn't attractive enough, even though the truth is each style is unique. I think that's a fully encapsulated opinion. I don't need to weigh in on that at all. You've already answered with the wisdom. Now, if your own art isn't in a place where you want it to be personally, then, you know, absolutely do what you can to improve. I'm somebody who
I don't know. I have good days and bad days. With respect to liking my own art. I don't generally like it that much. I wish I did. I will send you the art. Okay. Kind of a wild pose, huh? I have to start using my eraser more. Try and extend the life of my four nibs. I don't know if you can see that. Started out, there was no deformation. At the beginning of this stream, there was no deformation at all on the nib, and now it's like ground itself to this sharp point, almost. It's the texture. Eats it up. Thought it would. I knew it would do that. Just thought it would be a little bit slower. Just need to make this pose workable. The hand, I mean. Okay, almost have it. Awkward thing about it is it's like, I think most of the fingers are pointing straight at us. What do you think? I actually just drew with a pen and pencil this time. That should work better than a permanent marker. Goth Neko Girl. Alright, see what you done with the ears. Won't let me zoom in any further, that's dumb. Yeah, I would try and take into account some of the, I mean, this is just a portrait shot, so some of the proportion stuff doesn't matter as much, but I would encourage you to try and incorporate some of these proportions that I was talking about in terms of like the distance between the head and the the chin, collarbone, so I guess the length of the neck, and then have your shoulders stick out and stuff like so. They can be, for real people, tends to be, you know, further out. It's something like your shoulders are like two heads apart in real life. I usually have pretty narrow shoulders on my characters, though. But yeah, it's a good start. I think I'll do this, maybe? Really have this arm sticking up. Is that working for me? I don't know. Also work backwards. Should I post it? That's up to you, man. When I was starting out, I posted like pretty much all of my sketches, you know, because I was drawing almost every day. And I'd post them, you know, with the caveat that like, oh, I'm just sort of documenting my training arc, as it were. I didn't call it that. That's Ihar's thing. And then as I got better, I you know, stopped posting every sketch, and it was more like, you know, oh, here's something I actually, like, kind of finished. It's pretty rare that I post sketches nowadays. I did just post one. Oh, God. I'm all zoomed in.
Can I reset my... Please, there we go. Cool. Yeah, I'm not sure why I called it the orange one got so many favorites. It's always the ones that are like 0 effort that do super well for whatever reason. And then I just posted Pink Engineer, which is the first thing I drew with the pencil texture, sorry, paper texture. And it is a very sketchy sketch. Like, I wouldn't even do this level of work as a request type of sketch. You know? Procreate always drains the battery. Are you working off of like a standalone tablet? Because I can imagine those have issues. This nib, man. It wants to die. It wants to go away. It wants to end itself. This is kind of funny. It looks like she's like, "Son, may I have a word?" S-U-N. That shouldn't be what she's doing. She should be like fully extending this hand, you know? Which is the sucky part of this. Because that's a difficult thing to draw, as it happens. Just think that whole thing should be bigger. Just the hand. Ah.
Okay, I do think that's a much more interesting pose than this. You know? Really showing off some degree of expertise. I don't know. Which side? I need to look up a ref sheet again. Because I'm stupid. How was everybody's Christmas, by the way? And, yeah, that, and or other holidays. It has been a week, so Christmas definitely happened between this stream and last. Oh man, I kicked ass during Inktober. Dude. Anyway. That's funny. I have her as a lefty in one of these images, and every other drawing I think she's right-handed. I have an OC folder. I should be looking at that. Oh, that's interesting. In this, one of the first images I drew, she was left-handed with the rifle, but her holster was on her right side. That's hilarious. That's very funny. But anyway. Her, whatever this is. Tactical data readout module or something. Sounds cool enough. It's on her left hand. If I wanted, she could also have a rifle. But she'd just be carrying it. I don't know. Maybe she's ambidextrous, you know? She is an android, I think. So, wouldn't be completely out of the ordinary. What is Creative Works license? I'll give you what explanation I can about that. It's basically what permissions that you give to other people regarding the use of your work that you're posting. Do I need to copyright? No. So when you post, you have the option of saying, hey, this is a... I think you get a couple options. There's a Creative Commons, which says basically, hey, anybody can use this for whatever. Or I think the default is like whatever DeviantArt's like default
usage agreement is, I think. Which is to say, when you post stuff to DeviantArt, they have usage rights, because that's in the terms of service. But they do protect that copyright, I believe. So there's nothing that you need to do before posting. You're just sort of defining how other users can interact with your work. I don't ever fuss with that. You want to show just the art to the stream? What are you, as opposed to you posting it? I would encourage you to post it if you want. Your recent art, the stuff that you sent, I don't think I can show on the stream. For terms of use reasons. Unless you're just talking about the thing you just drew, in which case that should be fine. Oh, the sketch, okay. Yeah, give me 1 sec. I don't know why I'm trying to get super detailed on this silhouette. Probably doing me no good. Yes, YouTube, I am still watching. Thank you. It is fairly low resolution, if I recall correctly, so it might not show up super well. But we'll see. This is Retro's drawing of, is it Isla? That's funny. I have an OC named Isla as well. Well done. You know what this means? This means you're an artist because you drew. But we're gonna redline it just for a second. Hold on. So I like this shape. I usually draw chins that go down at a slight angle. It's actually a very large angle. Oh, I'm drawing on the same layer. It's gonna make this annoying. Undo, undo, undo.
So here's like the circle center line. I would draw it something like that. The chin about here. I'd shorten up the neck. If this is some sort of like cape thing, I'd have that like this. Probably have the shoulders come out to about here. Right? This being I need a brighter red. There we go. This being sort of the chest circle. And then I'd have your arms like so. So then your cape would come over like this, kind of. Maybe you could have it be like, that's sort of Japanese style, doing it like that. As far as hair goes, I think, so you're starting at the hairline way up here, which I would drag it down. Actually, first off, I think your eyes should be lower. It should be about halfway down the head. Do you like the glasses? I think those are always a good touch. And then I would start the hairline about here, probably. And then have the Neko ears, the Neko Mimi, if you will. I think they tend to look better when they're sticking out a little bit more horizontally than straight up. And we have sort of like a pixie haircut, almost looks like we're going with. Do some spiky hair thingies and all that. I might still have a couple bits hanging out behind and whatnot. Anyway, those are my suggestions, but good start. Way to go. Sorry for making you do this. No problem at all. It's a good first attempt, kind of. No, I think it's great. It's a first attempt. But keep going. Don't give up after one try. You'll find that you might improve somewhat rapidly if you keep at it. I need... What do I need? This color. There we go. I have a holster here. Tactical carrying case here. But it's in perspective. Lost a thumb. Rest in peace, thumb. Also, rest in peace, Jimmy Carter. He died today. The ripe old age of 100. Okay, I think we're getting somewhere. I really do think that we're doing that. I'm not just saying that.
Might make another OC art, not now, but later. Way to go, man. Rip Carter, absolutely. He achieved the milestone 2 months ago. Goodbye for him, I guess. Yeah, he is, I think, was the oldest surviving. Well, I mean, he was certainly the oldest currently living president, but he was, I think, the oldest president of all time, actually. Former president, anyway. Only one to make it to at least 100 years old. Before that, it was HW, and I think he was like 94 when he died. You inspired me to draw with pen and paper. You make great art. Thank you. Those are both great things that I'd like to hear. Stationary. Really, any pen and paper will do. But once you get to a certain point, you might want it to look a little bit nicer. So there was a time when I was doing all of my drawing on just with regular pencils on lined notebook paper. Because that's all I had at my immediate disposal. And then I got to a point where I'm like, these are getting a little bit too good for me to want these to be forever preserved on lined notebook paper. So maybe I should do something about that. So I got a sketchbook. Cool. Kick-ass silhouette. Wow. Now we gotta overlay again. Jeez. So let's do this and make it a normal layer so we can just steal. And we'll use the square brush for this. Everything gets this color. Except for you. You should go away. Probably white. Next. Or actually, let's do the skin tone next. Then we'll do the white.
Come on. I don't know if that's exactly what I want or need. But it could be. Who knows? Drawing can be tough sometimes, you know? Anyway, let's make this a, I already use an overlay layer. Okay, good. Let's make another multiply layer here. Is this really the color? Damn. That should probably do this. Also, I initially drew this so that it'd be looking straight on. Didn't end up doing that. Is that okay? Yeah, I see where I went wrong there. The ears. If I do this, then this ear should be over here. This one should be like that. Or something. Somewhere in the middle there. That's better. Just needs to correct for that now. probably be like that. I don't know. Not the worst thing I've ever seen in the world. You know? Let's just slap this onto the overlay. Sorry if I was a bit riled up earlier. Yeah, no problem, Corey. I don't even know what you're talking about. Okay, I want to keep all of this except for... rather, I just want to keep the plants. So I'll take the everything minus, not the everything, the God, I should just be erasing. God damn it. Need a big eraser. Okay. Deselect. Make the eraser a reasonable size. Back to brush. Probably oil brush. Now what the hell is this color? What's that? Hard light. There we go. Why? Let's take this character. I guess we had a different color for the hair versus everything else. Yeah, my orange accents. Should put those in there. It's nice to have this form defined because now I can actually, I know where to put the light. Just do think it needs to be a different color. Suppose that'll work. We got subsurface scattering for this stuff. We'll be okay. A really powerful blur, you know? It's not what I need in my life. Okay, now, somewhat difficult part. That's not even the same color. There we go, I think that's the right color. I'm gonna go through here. Well, I'm just gonna pretend I know what I'm doing, I guess. So it doesn't have to be so difficult. And about that, for some reason I feel weird that like part of her eye is still lit up, like she's doing it wrong, you know? Not quite getting there. It's a little bit funny. But it's chill. That's the idea. There it be. Probably I want another hard light to do some bounce lighting. Which I reckon will be very important. So again, we will take this. I guess we can subtract this, even though that's not hugely important. In for a penny, you know? Too extreme. Too much. So we can subtract the foliage as well. The vibes are so good thus far. Cool. I think that's pretty great. This is a very heavily vibes-based drawing. So what we like to hear. You might go retro kit. That is totally alright. It's getting kind of late here too. Might be reaching a stopping point soon. Mainly because I'm not sure how to proceed. Guess I can go with some subsurface scattering, you know. Let's see how that treats us. What do we got? No, I need all of it. I don't like that color somehow. If I take this and just like mask out, well, deselect, mask, all of this stuff. Oh, don't take my eyebrows. Maybe the chin is important, who knows? Just the framing of the face. And all that. Why does this stop here? That's weird. Probably shouldn't, right? Come on, Clip, keep up. That makes sense. It might warp around this surface, you know? And perhaps the same here. Yeah. also makes sense at the start of it might be a little bit blendy. Let's make sure. We've got these detail colors. Oh, the nib is just failing. I see. Because it's not shaped correctly. It's pretty rough. I think you can get nibs made of different materials though, right? Like, I think I've heard of some people going with, like, stainless steel nibs almost, maybe? Because they were using a textured screen protector like this. And boy, it's loud, but if it lasts longer, you know? Because till this point, nibs have just, like, never been a problem for me. I've replaced them every now and again because I'm like, it's been a while. I've got a lot of nibs. But this is like every drawing I'm gonna have to replace them. Which seems pretty crazy to me, so I don't know. I don't want to live in that sort of a world. You know? That top rail seems weird. Better, I guess. So I'm gonna start working on the background here. I mean, clearly there's things I can do to this character, but it's like, I don't know. It's either retooling stuff or it's going straight to finishing touches, I think. I don't feel like retooling stuff right now. So, I'm just gonna go with an overlay. I'm going to subtract these guys. I didn't do that. There we go. Don't know how I feel about that, actually. I do want it to be yellow, but not in an attention-grabbing sort of way. Much. I do not know what's going on here, I'll be honest with you. I don't know what I'm drawing.
That's interesting. Hmm. I don't think I want to do that, but that's interesting. I'm not sure where the hell I put this red on this smokestack. Oh, it's right there. Okay. Let's put hard lights on this. Guess I want this whole layer. I do need to go through here and
Finish this fence thing. Unfortunately. I mean, that obviously looks like dog shit, right? But is it fine that it looks like dog shit? How did I get this many in here at once? Like, it might be fine.
I don't know. Especially if I blur it. Could just be fine, who knows? One weird thing about that is that's sort of meant to be in front. That'll have to be dealt with.
to avoid doing that particular thing. But, like, it might be required for this to all come together. All of this behind our character. I think up through here. Yeah. To get a little bit of fog. Looks good, it just needs to be in front of the grass. There you go. Oh. And we can do one that's just in front of the character. So it doesn't matter where that is, well, except it needs to be in front of the character, I suppose. Probably behind that. Behind this even. There we go. Yeah. I don't think I'm done with this. It is looking pretty cool. Just get an overlay on this whole thing. Just do... I don't know. Just hit the whole thing with some blue. See what happens. Is interesting. Like that, whatever this is. Go figure.
Think on that. I think there's some glow dodges I gotta put in, or maybe just color dodge, to set a couple of things off. I think I'm generally happy with the background though. I just gotta, yeah, stick the landing here. Gotta make this face better, I think. Gotta revise some of the lighting on the hair. I think it's a little too complicated. Give some form to the hand with some highlights. Yeah, beyond that I'm not sure. Some other atmospheric effects, probably. But that's all finishing touch stuff, I think. This is, in essence, what the drawing is, right? It'll just look better when I'm done. And for now, I'm going to leave it at that, because it's getting late. And I feel like, you know, finishing this could take another couple hours easily. So, that's where I'll leave it. So look out for it. It'll be posted someplace, and it'll be awesome when it's done. I'm sure. Yeah. With that said, I mean, happy. I hope you had a good Christmas. I hope you have a wonderful New Year's in a couple of days, and or just like tomorrow for some of you. And I'll yeah, this is probably my last drawing of the year. Once it's done, I'll catch y'all on the flip side, on the next calendar year. I'll see you, as they say, next year. I'm not sure when the next stream will be. It'll probably be the third's probably fine. Yeah, might be on the 3rd. Or Sunday again, who knows. Although I do actually work on the Monday following that, so maybe not. Alright. Thanks for watching. Have a wonderful New Year's. I'll see you later. Farewell. Goodbye.